Good morning, everyone. Happy Wednesday. Welcome back to Pinky Who Art's live painting sessions where I share my watercolor and gouache artwork with you guys. Sorry about being slightly late. I'm streaming in OBS and I couldn't find the transition scene button. It's been a week. I feel like I forgot how to do everything already, but we are here and I am ready. So if you're just finding out about me or jumping on the live stream right now, it'd be awesome if you could give me a retweet, repost, follow, subscribe, like, jump in the chat and say hi to me. It would be all much appreciated. And obviously, along the way, if you have any questions, please ask. Okay, so let's get started. Um, so I had a little change of travel plan. I wasn't supposed to be home today, but I am, and we roll with the punches, right? So I didn't do anything in addition to this painting besides what we streamed last time. So today, I'm gonna show you a little where I left off. We did most of the strawberries, how to go in to do some of the chocolate here, and then finish with my little orbits. And any details along the way that we see fit. So I am gonna try my best to finish this painting today. I think we can do it. So let's get to it. Uh, thank you. I am actually glad to be back. So I think not I don't know if you guys remember, but Hi Mama Linux. Welcome. Yeah, so I don't know if you guys remember, but I mentioned last time that I was not going to stream today because I'm going to Canada for a trip, but the trip is canceled last minute. And I'm secretly, now that I'm back in my studio, I'm glad that it was because I needed to do work. And I don't know if anybody knows anything about retrograde, but it is Mercury retrograding right now, and all plans will be changed. So, so no love was lost. I'm back here and I'm back to my art. So no complaints. Nice strawberries. Thank you. And you know what? I thank you. I'm excited about finishing it up today. And I don't know if you can see, but I have a bowl of strawberry today ready to eat. Because I feel like last time I was painting it, I definitely wanted to eat some. And also for reference, because I am going to do the seeds now. And strawberry seeds are kind of tricky. I realized after observing the strawberry. Um, so yeah, here we are. We're going to start with the browns first, not the most exciting thing, but we're gonna slowly get into the exciting part, I guess. That's right. That is okay. I can draw. That's exactly was my thought. Okay. I think I mentioned a bunch of times that painting with brown is not my favorite thing in the world, but also I feel like it's such a challenge at the same time. So I am kind of getting my hang of it. And please let me know if my sound is okay and all that stuff. Sorry about Yeah, it's totally fine though, guys. Totally fine. And that's anything I've learned about being an artist and being on the artist journey is you guys see that things always change. And I guess it's just, life. Things always change and it was meant to happen one way or another. So I'm gonna glaze this white part. I'm trying to remember 2 weeks ago how I painted all these. Okay, I'm gonna glaze it since it is such in the background. Thank you. Oh, no worries. You're more than welcome to ask any questions. Um, if I'm messing up royally and you know a better way to do something, please also let me know. So for this patch, I did add a little bit of the warmer brown burnt sienna because I want to have a little bit of contrast between the foreground and background. Awesome, awesome. Just gonna leave it like that to see if I need to go back. I'll probably go back and add some more washes, but blend it a little bit here. The thing about these the brown parts, so you can't really mess up, I feel like, as long as, yeah, because they're just so tonal, everything's so tonal. Hi, Dagui, how are you? Is it Dagui? I feel like I was thinking about your name the other day. I was like, am I? It sounds like a almost like Chinese pinging. And if you're not Chinese, I apologize. But I was like, is this say Dagui, like how it spells? But hi, welcome. No music in the background. Thanks for letting me know. It should be there. Can you guys hear that better? Yes. Here we go. Thank you, Trevor. I would not even know if you didn't mention. There's a thing I had to click. Okay, cool. No. Okay, now we're back in the relaxing mode, relaxing space. Okay. Let me know if it's too loud or anything like that. Okay. I'm going to get into my gouache figures today. So I'm excited about that. Is Staki is silent. Oh, Staki. Okay. Thanks for correcting me. Oh, no, no worries. I usually do. It's part of the experience. I intend for you guys to have this in the background, hear me talk, and look up once in a while with this relaxing music that helps you focus, hopefully. Maybe you're working alongside, which will be awesome. But yes, we're back. We're back to normal. So, how's everybody been this week? I didn't talk to you guys last week. So, anything exciting happened? Anything interesting happened? Let me know. Share in the chat. If you're new here, I go live almost every week around this time. And I try to do a new painting every week, but lately it's been one new painting every couple of weeks. My reason was I have been working a lot bigger, so they do take a little bit more time, not twice as much or not as proportional to the size, but I do find myself spending more time on paintings when they're bigger, which I suppose is logical sense. Thank you. I'm trying to make them even more awesome at the end. So if you can stay the whole time and come back later, I'm hoping you have something amazing to show you. If not, no worries. I always post the finished painting at some point. And I am getting ready to release a new collection, my Shell of Self collection I've been talking about for a couple months now. I think I'm done with that collection. So I'm going to release some paint. The original is on my website, PinkyhootArt, if you guys are interested. But I will be releasing fine art prints soon, so stay tuned. And then I'm going to move on to another series. Um, and I think I mentioned that I do this, what I'm doing right now is kind of taking a break from my super serious topics to something more lighthearted. But I was pretty inspired on my trip last, so I have something new to share soon. Very exciting. I can't wait. Oh, Mama Linux, no worries at all. I'm here to, I'm here to help you with anything. So if you don't come, I can't come. No worries at all. Please don't feel obligated. Would love to have you, obviously. But yeah, I totally understand. Life is more important. I'm doing some warmer colors on this side and then cooler on this side. So chocolate is pretty dark, right? And I think I mentioned that I usually have a hard time with making my darks super dark. But but since art is really about relative value in color, that hasn't been an issue. But since I am painting a chocolate color, it needs to be dark, and I'm working on it. Yeah, as long as when you hop in whenever, that's more than I can ask for. You notice that because of the strawberry or the chocolate dark brown part are stacked on top of each other in some areas. So I'm trying to vary in their value so that they don't all end up blurring together, like what I'm doing here right now. And oh man, I missed painting, even though I stepped away for like 10 days. I was a little nervous this morning actually start painting, but now that I'm here, I was like, oh yes, I miss this. And I don't know if you guys feel this, if you're artists out there, but when I don't do art for like a week, I feel so guilty. I feel like if I'm slacking off. But it's okay if I tell myself life. Sometimes we have to live life. I have it prepared, not chocolate covered, but I have strawberries prepared for myself. Because they happened last time. I was like, oh my God, I really want some. And then, the funny thing is when you want something, like when you're hungry, and then that's like all you can think about. And I was like, I need to stop painting and go eat some strawberries. I hope that doesn't happen. So, so I'm prepared. Where was that? There you go. Also, I figure I'll use it for reference when I need it because I'm gonna paint the seeds today, which is, I think it's a bit tricky. And this is the part I think everyone has different opinions about this, but I feel like when there's same colors, same tones next to each other, it's almost better to have these hard shadows. Try to do it skillfully and not resist the urge to blend because I feel like sometimes that comes out better. See, my urge is to blend this area right now, but I'm not going to. Because when it dries, I'll show you. It will look awesome. Like here, I want to add a harsh shadow, I think. With watercolor, you can layer this no problem. I find that when I'm getting into the gouache part later, you'll see this would not be something I do because it mess it up. Oh, Daggy, that sounds awesome. Um, my kid has been asking me to try to make that. So maybe I need to take some inspiration from you and do it. Was it hard? I know that I've seen it, on Food Network and when I had to do the double boiler for chocolate, and then you did sprinkles and some hazelnut. Ooh, that sounds awesome. I will love to receive that as a gift for my Valentine's. So I left some harsh shadows here. We'll see how that goes. Double boil method, okay. Hey guys, I watched a lot of Food Network growing up because I was the only child. I was home a lot by myself, and I feel like I learned a whole lot of techniques about cooking and baking, but I've never tried. This is just so much work. So I just decided to go ahead and add some harsh shadows here. Fingers crossed. Okay. I think the harsh shadow is good because it gives like that shiny chocolate look and feel. See, this one always looks better than the blended ones. Yeah. Okay, let's do that. You can just use a bowl of heated water. Yeah, I know. I think it would be an awesome project to do. Not too hard. Nothing gets too hot. That's like always my worry baking with my kid, that she gets burned somehow. There you go. I'm gonna try it. Oh, I'm moving on to this one now. So hard side. Oh yeah, that is a great idea, muffin liners. Thank you guys. That sounds way easier. Maybe when we have a bake sale or something for her school, I'll make this. Seems easy. Or, shall I say? Didn't like this part. Okay. That looks good as a dark shadow because I am going to add details on top. So, good. Set not how, try not to set my tripod on the wet part. Okay, here we go. Okay, so it sounds like there might be some mess involved, so we can prepare for that. I love it. I hope you guys will go make some too after seeing this painting. Here. I have to be careful because I think this part I worked on a few times already, so I don't want to go overwork the paper, which I kind of feel like it's starting to happen. Also, I feel like I learned that watercolor is this dance between paper and water. And obviously paint, but it's the water that I'm dancing with. And not just water on the paint in the paint, but also water on the paper. To master watercolor is to master your relationship with water, if that makes sense. Oh, I know. What you guys got me excited was all the decorating because my child loves decorating cakes. I don't know if you guys have kids. They have sell these little like surprise ball things. You can open it and there's like you can make a cake, make a cookie. They each have a thing, but you actually make it like exactly how you would in real life. But it's with like these. I think they're like slimes or like chemical. You can't eat it, but it does solidify like a real cake and stuff. And she is obsessed with them. I don't even know what they're called actually. Um, but my kid is obsessed with them. Little balls. This detail in the last. Okay. Also, I can't believe summer is almost over. I look at my calendar, it's like she's gonna go back to school soon. Summer's almost over. So sad. Make a mini. Okay, there you go. You must have kids. I guess Mama Linux. That gives it away. Yeah, she's obsessed with them. And they're like not cheap to buy each time for like amount of time that occupies them. But I feel like part of it is I think all the adults like to buy them because they're just so cute making the mini things. Okay. Anyways, we digress. Okay, so last time I decided I was like maybe I should leave this one as a white chocolate. But then I look at the rest of the painting and realize this will be like the only one, and I thought that was weird. So today I'm going back to make this brown. A little bit warm brown top. $6 to $8. I okay. I think then they have gone up in price because I got one this past weekend. It was like $10, probably because of the tariff things. Great. Probably because of tariff. Yeah. Boo. think I have some watermelon growing in my backyard, so I think the next one I do for this series, I don't know when that will be because my next painting I have an idea for already, and it's gonna be my new series. But next time I decided to take a break. I think I'm gonna do watermelon. Watermelon has a shell, and we open the shell to eat it. And they kind of, be a size of a skull, smaller ones. Okay, here we go. So I gotta leave that be and see how it dries. So the paper is a little bit wet right now, so when that's super wet, I like to just dot it, just drop tiny paints of paint because it all kind of just spread out and even out. And I find that that is the best way to blend for me. Everyone's different, everyone has their favorite technique, but this is what I do. Also much more expensive nowadays, like Rainbow High dolls. They have gone up because of the tariffs. Yeah. Oh yeah, she loves the rainbow dolls too. They have like a Hello Kitty collaboration. She's obsessed with collecting them. See, a man should have gone into a his toy business. He just spend so much money on things that they play for 2 seconds. Gotta love tariffs, yeah. I'm just now learning watercolor, so I'll need to watch it. Oh, I love that. What made Mama Linux says she just started watercolor. So what inspired you to start watercolor instead of all the other color or the paint, I guess? Don't have to do this. I'm just glazing this white part with a little bit of water, so it's not like super dry when I drop in the paint. Use a warmer brown here. I found you asked me to, oh, that's awesome. I love that YouTube does that. I've met many few people like started art because they watch YouTube video, and I think art has that power, yeah. If you're a creative person, there's just like that need that you have to express, and I know most myself included, like I want to learn everything and be master at everything, but I know my time on earth is limited, so I need to pick one. It used to be oil painting actually, but it's oil painting is, requires a lot of space and good ventilation and all that stuff, which was too hard for me to do at the time, 8 years ago. But now that I've gone down this watercolor path, I love it. I want to become the best I can be at it. I'm sure at some point I'll pick up oil painting again though. And I do digital painting sometimes. Awesome, yeah. I love to hear that, Mama Lennox. Yes, you every time you learn a new medium, for me, I feel like I get better at the other medium too. Because you just learn more things. The more material you learn, the more things you had to learn, right? Like the more you learn about values, which I struggled with watercolor, learned about light and dark, which is very important, which I guess is important for everything. I feel like I've been itching to do oil painting. It's not enough time in a day, not enough time in a month. Okay, so I just dropped some warm brown and I want to see that dry first and see if I need to add any more. So I think I did all my chocolates. Cool. Most of the chocolate part. Then I might go back to, touch up certain places. But now I usually do these gouache paintings last because they can cover any run over from the watercolor and have neat edges. That's why I leave them last. Um, I thought about doing them first, but then it's like if I make a mistake with gouache, then I'm kind of stuck with it. Art absolutely helps you grow a person. It has definitely made me grow as a person. So true. So true. Yes, in so many ways, I feel like the journey of getting better as an artist is very similar to the journey of getting better as a person. To, you know, go with the flow, have no expectations. What else? Take time on things. All that. It's just a few things I can think right off of that. But I'm sure there are other things I'm forgetting. I think I need to push this back on. Spiritually and mentally, absolutely. Oh, oops. So I've made this corner darker because that strawberry's in the back. Let's do that here. Watch it comes here. Okay. This area. I don't even remember painting this the other day. It's been too long. Over here. Yep. This is new today. So yeah, even if you're not, wanting an artist career like myself, I think it's still good to have art in your life in some way or form. So art just, like you said, it helps you center your spirituality, center who you are, learn, meet friends. Meet friends who share that art passion. It's like so pure and it's so universal. When you meet friends who, I don't know, loves making money, then that's all you're gonna talk about. And I don't think that's good for spirituality. Okay, so I did all the brown chocolate. I hope you guys are thinking chocolate now. Okay, let's go. I'm gonna Even it's not journey, can be fun. Okay. Okay, so I had some masking fluid on these strawberry seeds last time. I did take them off. I didn't want to leave them on because they could become really hard to peel, and then that's not what you want. I'm gonna take a small tiny brush today. So let's I have my awesome reference here. Okay, so let's take a look at strawberry seeds because this is something that I said strawberry seeds are white, but then I realized they are white in some areas, but actually really dark in the ripe areas. But if you look at it, there's like a highlight around where the indentation happens, and then around the seed, they're a little bit darker than the rest. So awesome to have reference. I usually paint things not like real, so it's kind of cool to have a reference actually. Okay, so let's see how I'm gonna do this. Oh, the seed in the middle is white. I'm gonna leave that white. Okay. So what I'm going to do is, actually I have no idea how I'm gonna paint this, so bear with me. What I'm going to do, try is to so what I'm going to do is wet the red part again, just with a little bit of water, not too much. Leave the white out as much as you can. It's okay if they overlap. It's probably will. I'm gonna leave this white part alone. This is the darkest part. Could just kind of circle it. So this is a darker red than the other part. So I want to, so the indentation, the C is the darkest value right now. And then I'm thinking, do I do this to every one of them? And then these ones here, I'm gonna just do a half circle. This one actually has a little bit masking tape on it. Oh, the seeds outside a little bit darker now. Okay. And now I'm gonna go back in. Around the outside. darken. Use dryer. Like darken the in between, but not like cover all the way. If you see, I'm just kind of going around and leaving some of the areas dry. Just for the texture. And now I have just a water brush, and then kind of blend the edges over to the side. Top. It's just water on this paintbrush. And drop a little bit of that red. Okay. And now I see some of the texture start forming, so I just dab some really dark red. I'm gonna kind of dab in underneath the seeds and on the darker side. Just water blending. Right. We'll see how this dries. I don't want to do anything more because it's pretty wet here. I want to see how that dries. Okay. I think I want to leave a highlight here, so I'm gonna see if I can pick up anything. Okay. So you can kind of see there's a little bit of variation on here. I'm not sure how that's gonna dry, so we're gonna leave that be and then move on to the next one. This part needs to be a little bit darker. Hopefully this part's not too white. Let's go back and darken that. That's not a problem. It's the if I went too dark on the light part, that's the problem. Okay, so let's do the front one, yeah? Thank you, Dagi. This actually, I have 3 playlists. This is my favorite one. The last one oh, so just realized, I think, okay. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. Still good? Are we still good here? Yeah, I feel I already know I need to go back and do some parts of it, but I learned a thing or two just now, so. It looks 3D. Awesome. That is what I want to hear. I want the strawberries to jump out at you and say, "Eat me." I love that you have your daughter watching too. Okay, so I'm doing the same, but I just realized I think I need the around it. If you look at the strawberries, it's actually a little bit brown. It's not red. So I mixed a tiny bit of brown. Mm, Here's my outline. I think I have to go back and add more brown. There we go. Closer so you can see better. I'm adding a little bit of brown seed around the perimeters. Well, the previous one is on the wall here. That's the last one I did. It was a macaroon, kind of in the same style. And that one was super fun because I literally got to use like all the colors of the rainbow. I don't usually do that for my paintings, or a lot of times are like moody, more muted colors. So it was super, super fun for me to create this one that's on the wall. I will get up closer in a little bit so you guys can see for those of you who didn't see it. Oh, yes, I did post a short. Yes. Okay, same as I get higher up, I'm gonna do just half circles. A little bit here. Okay, so oh, this one is super dark. Okay. So just circled with the red. I had a little bit brown in it. Thank you. I know it was fun because I've been doing all these serious theme paintings, and suddenly I'm doing something fun. It was fun. It's fun to have fun, like Dr. Sue said. Okay, so I circled it and I mixed a bit of darker red now. It's a mixture of vermilion and crimson lake. And like the other one, I'm wondering if I should. No, I'm not going to. Start with the cast shadow areas. There's more room for mess up. Do the in between. More wetter. So this is a pretty wet load right now. See? It's a pretty wet brush with a lot of water. I'm just gonna go around the seed like so. Hope is that when the pool water dries, it'll leave these kind of indentation kind of feel. That's a hope. like these. If I had to go back and add some highlights in white or something, I'm not mad about that. And then as I move up into the lighter part, I'm adding just water and not more paint. It's just water. The watercolor to me, anyways, the texture is the most important thing to me. Would look boring. There's only so much you can do with water. Ooh. Do you feel that juiciness? That's okay. So I'm gonna go back to these seeds under here and then kind of make them more red because it's underneath the strawberry and then they wouldn't be white. So I'm just gonna gently push some of that red into it without just like brushing it over. Just gently try to cover some of the white. And if you guys have questions about what I'm doing, please ask. Okay. Adding more here, more here. A bit less shadow here. I'm just gonna leave it like that. See how that dries. So come back to the first one. Drop some brown into the seed. Same here, I'm gonna add some of that red into the seeds, just a tiny bit. Darken some of the seeds. Okay, there we go. Comparison, worked on, without work done. I think it looks a little bit more realistic, a little bit more 3D, I think, the seeds. Yeah, this one turned out pretty good. Okay. was pretty relaxed about the placement of the seeds. I didn't get crazy about how tight they are or how far they're apart. But maybe next time I will. Also, this is the first time I ever painted a strawberry, so lots of things I'm learning. Makes a difference. I know, thank you. I'm happy to hear that. I think it makes a difference. Speed this up. That's awesome. I think I know that's. Uh, I'm glad to hear that. I don't know the scientific reasons, but the artwork is hard work, so maybe your mind wants to relax. Okay, I don't need to do that, but okay. Same. I didn't really wet the paper, but I think it's okay. Realize this part, I've just gotta be brave and go for it instead of doing smaller strokes. The other thing I gotta be careful now is, while it looks good wet, I know that when it dries, some of that depth of the color might go. So I might have to go back add some more in some areas, but maybe I don't. So I added some more with just water into the brush. I didn't wash it, but just added more water. And I'm going to, gradually squeeze the color out, add more water, so to speak. It's pretty wet right now. More. Add a little bit of brown to this area, this red here, to the areas under the leaf is darker, should be darker, and then this area. here. Okay, that's good. I'm just getting a hang of this. Well, I'm down to like the tiny bit of this color. Okay, need to get more. Thank you. Awesome. Yeah, I like that. So I just added a little bit of vermilion hue, which is almost an orange color, mixed into the paint I was using, so it's a little bit brighter here. Uh, in brighter in hue, not in light, I guess. Around these areas, around these areas. Maybe here, tiny bit. Nice. I think I want to do the same here. I always wash my wash and then realize, oh wait, I need that paint again. I hate it when that happens. Happens all the time though. I'll do that here a little bit to brighten up this part. Guess I'm doing this like I will go forward and then go back to my last one to check if it's how I want it. I thought this part was a little too flat, so I'm adding a little bit warmer hue and then blend it out into the darker hue. Cool. That one I'm fine with. Cool. Let's do this part. And I'm pretty excited about going back to this the flower, the leaves part because I can do a lot of details there, and usually that makes the details of the leaves, the vines, the little lines kind of makes all the difference to me sometimes, strangely. Okay, so the step is actually turned out to be a way more intense step than I originally had thought. I thought I was like, oh, I'm gonna just zip through the seeds and then get to my gouache figure, but I think I do that every time. Okay. I would always think I'm gonna finish faster than I will. This part I did pretty dark last time already, so. Whoa. I don't think I saw that. It was cool. All the water, I just did tons of water on my brush and they all kind of bled and connected. It looks really cool right now, but I know when it dries, it's not gonna look like that. This looks like a juicy strawberry. I like this music. Paint, I am just adding more water to my paint as I go to the right side. Oh yeah, I call them my orbets because they're eyeball creatures in an orb shape. And yes, they're kind of the main character of this painting actually. I'm leaving them paint last, and you'll all make sense in a little bit. And this painting is my series that I'm exploring with food items. I'm calling it Irrational Temptation because all my eyeball creatures don't have mouths and they're trying so hard trying to figure out a way to eat these things. And I'm doing it because I feel like we all have things in our lives when we know that's not good for us, but we can't help it but being gravitated or attracted to it. I'm sure we all have different things. It might be food, it might be, smoke, whatever it may be. We all have that irrational temptation that tempts us. And that is the story behind this series. Or bets, yes. Dropping some of that red, brighter red here. And then just kind of let it do its job without doing anything. Okay. Look how juicy that one is. I hope it dries that way. That's good. I'm ready to add some more here. Okay. Eye candy. I love it. Eye candy. Yep. Eye candy. Eye candy. You're giving me an idea about something. Eye candy. Yeah. Okay. I'll write this down before I forget. I'm also a big proponent of when you have a thought, any idea, any intrigue, regardless of how normal, how weird, write them down because you never know when you're gonna need it, and you never know what kind of inspiration those things are gonna trigger. I had a flash of kind of inspiration. I wrote it down. Next time I see the words, I'm sure my brain is gonna have a reaction. So thank you. Thank you, Dagi. I don't know. You might inspire to do something. And Trevor here actually inspired me to do strawberries because when I did my macaroon piece last, I was like, what should I do next? I didn't have a plan. But he said maybe chocolate covered strawberries. And I was like, that is a great idea. So here we go. Feed ourselves, by the way. I don't know about you, but I'm not a huge food person because I see food as uh, it's like things I need to do that takes time away from my art. I know it's irrational to even think that, food is, in all purposes is one of the greatest pleasures in life of humankind. I, but I feel that way sometimes. But yeah, I was just telling my husband it would be awesome. You can just have a tube hooked up to myself. I don't ever have to eat, and I just can paint all the time. That's just me though. It's like window shopping. This is like window shopping. I hope you do end up eating some strawberries today though. So this one, because it's kind of in the background, I'm gonna make them more pale so that it looks like it's receding from the foreground, which are anchored by these four strawberries here. So I added some, and this is lights coming here. So this is a warmer red I'm using. It happens, yeah. Oh, I'm glad that's not just me. I think it's some people though. Some people are so good about it. It's just a discipline. Because we know skipping meals not healthy for you. It makes you gain weight sometimes, actually. But yeah, I think Dagi, you gave me the idea that I should have a bowl of strawberries when I'm painting last time. Because I was getting hungry as I was talking about it. I'm gonna leave this hard shadow just like that. I'm gonna go over maybe do some green washes as a color casting from the leaves. And then maybe these should have a little bit more pink covering the seeds. Oh yeah, I just realized I didn't do that to the other ones. I should. So I don't want them all seem like white highlighted. You paint around them so you can cover them. But the good thing about oh, I'm doing that here now. The good thing about watercolor is that because those areas are left completely white because I have masking tape on it, now that I'm going over it, no matter what, you'll look lighter than its surrounding. So I won't lose that effect. Yeah, do some here. This one. Around the strawberries, I'm gonna use a cool red. Meow meow meow. My cat was meowing at me. Say hi. Meow meow meow. You want me, my cat? Oh, you're big lady. You're a big girl. Hello, my cat. That's my cat. She says hi. this strawberry, even though in our mind it's like, oh, it's red, but it has so many colors on them. I'm discovering as I'm painting strawberry for the first time. It's dark red, light red, some brown, some white, and then some yellow and green, which I will add later. Okay. I'm sorry, I have this habit of like saying okay when I'm doing something really carefully. So if you notice me saying that a lot, I'm just probably just focusing. I'm sorry if that's annoying. I feel like it probably annoys some people. My cat's name is Eve. She was adopted on Christmas Eve. She's from the streets of DC, literally an alley cat. So we always joke that she's won the lottery, you know, got off the streets. This is a little bit of warm red. Now I'm gonna highlight this area and then my chest looking oh, so much white. So the best. I just think they're the best. And I had to say that like behind my dog's back because he's pretty awesome too. Thanks. What was I doing? And yes, I think Mama Linux said it takes twice as long. I have gotten better at talking and painting at the same time. But yeah, when I first started streaming in the very beginning, it really felt that way. I was like, I could just finish this paint in a day, but instead it's taking me like 5 because no, it's exaggeration. It doesn't take me 5, but it just feels like it takes me longer. Probably because I'm talking and thinking and then sometimes have to rethink. Okay, so so I want to do like this in between part as a highlight. So I color top, color bottom. Now it's just water in my brush that I'm kind of trying to connect in that juicy way. Let's call it the juicy way. Okay, just gonna leave it like that. See how I feel when it dries. I guess all of these I'm leaving it, and I might have to go back and redo some areas, but that's normal. Okay, cool. Let's do these over here. I'm not good at looking at reading and talking. Yeah, so if I say anything nonsense, please excuse me. That certainly happens as well. Okay, we're sharing live streaming stories, right? There's definitely times I'm like would be talking to you guys, and then midway I'm like, what was I just saying? Oh, what was I just painting? It does happen, but uh, but the pros for me of live streaming is way outweighing the cons, so that is okay. So going with brown still. I guess this is like my detail wash. Usually for most things, I do 2 washes and then detail on top. I feel like I'm doing detail washes at the same time right now. Wet wool on the other side, so try not to mess that up. Of course, so this strawberry here, I already painted with a lot of brown, so when I did brown, it doesn't really show up. But I think that's okay. Yeah. Oh, yes. Okay, so this strawberry, I actually left a little bit highlight here. So let's see how that goes. Do a little bit cast shadow here, shadow here. That's true. All this is nonsense, right? I mean, I'm creating something out of nothing. That's nonsense for sure. I love that you're always so positive, Dagi. Some parts darker, I think. Hot water. Oh, too wet. Whoops. Drop a little bit of brown in that area where it's behind the leaves. I mean, to be honest, I feel like I'm like that when I'm not painting sometimes in life. Like, what was I just doing? I went from upstairs to downstairs and I totally forgot what I was doing. That's when my mind's not being present, guys. And try not to do too much of those in life, I guess. We should always be present and focused if we can help it. I know that that's a lifetime of practice in so many ways. And that's why we meditate, right? A little bit of brown here while it's still wet. Yes, cool. Maybe some here. You see when I drop in the brown, it just darkens the whole area, right? I think in the beginning, it's some rookie mistake of trying to darken it with another red. It just doesn't work like that. these white dots here. I'm constantly checking the strawberry against other strawberries. See, this one lightened so much. The hell? Okay. That's my bad. Smaller brush, probably. Itty bitty red hiding behind that green. Which I totally forgot to paint the first round. I'm catching up on its darkness. That's cool. So this is just I was just trying to get the right wet consistency of wetness on my brush, even if it's just water. I'm gonna dry a little bit lighter than that, so I'll see if I need to darken this part. Let's do this here. Rub some of that bright whiteness. Come back to this one where all my color basically disappeared. So when that happens, that just means I had too much water in that paint, which happens pretty often with me. Okay, so when you're mixing color, you gotta keep on adding the to how do I say this? When you try to get the consistency of the water right, and you forgot that as you add more water, you dilute the paint and etc. etc. So I made it more saturated. I'm gonna do this again. Probably not as much as last time. So I can kind of just blend that in. See, now I'm gonna be careful not add too much water here. Do a little bit here. Okay. Okay, please stay that way. Okay, now let's do. Yikes. Okay, here we go. It evaporated, kind of did. I think I had too much water the last time I was washing, glazing it, so now it dried. And then I guess you just saw in real life when it dries, it's so much lighter. But you might not have that problem. You might start with enough pigments in your brush, then this won't happen to you. However, I'd rather have this happen because I can always go back to darken than the other way around. So there is also that. Oops. this part was good. I had some brown in it already. Just gonna go around the seeds one more time. You'll have a little guy that's hugging this strawberry, which you will see, which I'm going to paint in a little bit. Bear with me. This warmer red around this area. So I feel like this painting is end up being an exercise of warm and dark, which is definitely something I need to practice on. Let's blend this part in. I have to drop the redder paint and I want to blend that over just a little bit and cover this part. These white, so they're not so in your face. White can be great to make it pop, but also can create something that's too much, then it looks really artificial. So I cover all the proper ones. Cover this part. Make these seeds a bit like darker. Okay. Just thinking this would be way easier to do in Photoshop. I can just copy and paste the seeds. Take care. So nice to have you, Mama. I will see you next time. Sounds good. Those ones exposed to light. Just going for it. This also. See, this is when I wish I practiced Chinese calligraphy when I was younger. So hold the brush without your wrist touching the table and be steady. Oh, okay. This is good. I feel like I'm getting a practice before I start my gouache because I'm always having a little hard time switching from one to another. But for this one, what I'm doing right now is pretty similar to what I would do with gouache. Okay, so I'm gonna drop the red around the seeds in a pretty wet wash. Juicy feeling. I think one of mine is turning. Oh. Call this the juicy finish. Some water. I learned from a girl about cat language. Yes! Okay, I get really excited when we talk about cats, so sorry about that. But yes, I have seen that video and I've tried it and it only worked one time. I tried it first time and she like came running towards me. I was like, oh, this is nice. And then I did it again, she did not give an F. Have you also seen the video? There's like they talk about the different sounds you make or the cats make to each other because they don't really meow to each other, right? When and then when they hear like their own kind speak, they like take it more seriously, I guess. Was like the sounds like to them, it's like I'm gonna kill you, and then whatever if they're scratching or doing something, they'll stop and run away immediately. I do that all the time. I don't know if you've seen that video, try that. But anybody who has cats at home, if you don't know this trick, try it. It works. Okay. Oh, sorry. Screen. Did that. I'm gonna drop in some warm. Yeah, it was like another one was like that's like warning. It's like I'm not happy. It's like I'm gonna kill you. Although sometimes when I pick her up, she does that to me. So maybe my cat don't love me as much as I love her. Not all the time, but sometimes. Okay. I dropped in some of that red, warmer red in this area, leaving that white. I'm gonna drop in some brown in this area just to darken that. It's so funny having a dog and a cat. They're just so different. And it's hard to not make that comparison of boy and a girl, like women and male. I don't want to get into any in get anybody mad. My husband says that I act like my cat, or my cat acts like me all the time. And then dogs are like men. They're like always like, "Where you going? Where you going? You taking me? Am I coming? Where you going?" Excuse the stereotype. Okay, last strawberry. So this is pretty dark on the side, so I'm gonna go in with this darker. Anyway. This is now water, just water. Push some of the paint over to the side. Being careful around this edge because I don't want them to blend. Sometimes I like my adjacent objects to blend, but not on this specific one. So I'll be very careful around this area. been playing with watercolor for I feel like over 10 years, but not obviously like on it, like how much I do now. So it's on and off, dabbing here and there, like over 10 years. But I just feel like just recently, I feel like I'm having a better handle with it. So if you're frustrated with watercolor, it's completely normal. It's one of the hardest mediums to master. And, and I feel like this watercolor is also like the most spiritual art medium out of all of them because you really don't have so much control over. You can influence some things, but for the most part, the water will do what it does, and a lot of times catches you by surprise. And I feel like that's very much is how life is, right? And I feel like with oil and acrylic, you can manipulate it, repaint it, paint over it pretty easily. But we know, I feel like life isn't always that case. You can't really always redo things in life. So that's why I feel like watercolor is also the most spiritual art practice, art form that I have encountered. Hi, mastered it last night. Oh, hi, Graphic. I was like, who's talking like that? Of course, it's Graphic. Hello, Graphic Modern. He is one of the longest followers on my YouTube channel. We met on my live stream, actually. Oh, you mastered last night. That's awesome. I wish I could master it in one night. I think this is good. I probably don't need to do any more of it. Okay. Strawberries, strawberries, strawberries. Okay, so I'm okay. We're good. I'm gonna paint the leaves of the strawberries and then get to my little creatures. Yes. Graphic is also one of the funniest person I know. So it's hard to take what you say seriously sometimes. So how have you been? Have you streamed recently? Did any new work? I was just confessing that I have not done anything more since last time we streamed on this painting. I apologize to myself. Okay, so let's paint the exciting part, which is the leaves. I'm gonna switch to some smaller brushes. How was my mini vacation? It was awesome. I this is gonna sound well. It is what it is. You guys can take it however it is. So last time I streamed, I told everybody I'm not going to be live for 2 days, 2 weeks, because I'm going to Hawaii and then Toronto. But my Toronto trip actually didn't end up happening because it's retrograde and plans get changed and whatnot. Um, that's why I'm here, which I'm actually kind of glad. Let's see. So I'm gonna use two tiny brushes for my leaves. But Hawaii was awesome. Oh, really? That is great to hear, Graphic. I might have to look into that. It's engaging. You already started generating revenue. So do you just do it on TikTok and not on YouTube? It's generating revenue because your art is good, graphic. You need to just get it out there. I absolutely believe that. Okay, so now I'm looking down now. Well, let's do a recheck. Um, I feel like some of these areas needs to get even darker. So let's do that first. And then we're gonna do the leaf. Sorry. So I am currently stuck. I mean, not stuck. I'm sure there's a solution, but the idea of streaming vertically versus horizontally, because and I think I mentioned this partly live already, but I wonder both. So TikTok, huh? Okay, guys. I might have to do something there. See, we learn from each other. This is awesome. Yeah. I thought for the longest time that you need to have like 1,000 followers on TikTok to even start streaming. Unless you have that many, then I have a long ways to go. But if you can just stream, just like with a new account, then that's awesome. I might have to look into, yeah. Thank you. Yes. So I'm just gonna make that corner a little bit darker, which it already looks better. This area. Yeah, at some point I feel like I just need to do some of my live streams in the vertical format. We'll see. How does it feel having the amount of followers? Um, oh, I see. Interesting. Yeah, I had to look into that. I know I just recently discovered that I can stream on Instagram, but then it's like I'm struggling with the vertical versus horizontal format. I know you guys, I think you and Wonder both streaming bleh, vertical format already, so that's not an issue, but it's something that I have to reconcile, I think. Yeah, I thought I need to, but maybe they changed the rule because I looked into it like 6 months ago, so who knows? They might have changed the rule. How notice how does it feel having amount of follow noticing difference? To answer Dagi's question, I don't think the amount of followers makes any difference anymore. I've read so many things. I mean, you guys know differently, I've read a few things about all the social media platforms kind of changing their strategy to follow TikTok, which is you don't need have a whole lot of followers for they to suggest your content. You just need to be awesome and good at what you do, and then people will see it or they'll suggest it that way, which I love. I think so many of us are stuck in that follower purgatory. I kind of like how this is turning out. I think I'm just gonna leave it like that. Too much? Maybe too much. Maybe we'll connect some with here. But yeah, I'm always looking for growth tips, so I might have to try that graphic. Every time I shoot 5, 6 join me. Oh, that's awesome. So, Dagi, just to let you know, so I've been posting a lot of videos on TikTok, and just recently have I seen some like organic real growth. But yeah, I've been surely getting some activities there. See, this is a serious topic. I totally forgot where I was doing on my art. Okay. Okay, we're back. We're back. Rot, nonsensical stuff. Maybe. I'm not happy about them moving bungo cats though. Do you guys know what bungo cats are? This? Yes. I know. I feel thank you, and I take that thank you wholeheartedly because I feel like we all have worked really hard on our things, and it's so frustrating when we don't see results. But when we do start seeing some results, it's like I don't know, it's a miracle moment, feels like. So, so I would like to think that the universe is telling me to keep going because that's the way I'm supposed to go. Oh, leaves, yes. Okay, so now I've did like first wash on my leaves already. So now I'm gonna go darken the edges, give it texture, and etc. etc. She comes home today. Oh, I'll chat with her. Maybe next week I go on. She'll be here. Yeah. Okay. So leaves. So for the leaves, you guys just can see from the first wash that it has three colors, or two main colors, and then all the in between washes, which is this cool green and then this grassy warm green. And those are the two colors I've been mainly using. Um, But hey guys, if you like my art, I have a mailing list in my description. You can join, and you keep you updated on um, my new art drops, any cool things happening. I also have a buy me a coffee link somewhere in my profile. I think in my profile. So if you want to contribute and help me out, that would be amazing as well. This is sometimes I feel like being an artist is like it's a humbling experience because it makes you do things that you don't normally do, like asking for contribution, asking people to buy your art. All feels very not natural to me, but something you absolutely have to do, and I'm doing it. And I joke with people that I have no shame any longer since I started doing this. When will prints going to be available? It will be available in August. I am prepping them now, but sometime in August I'm going to release them. So I just dropped some in without thinking because I was talking and I don't know if it did any difference. Mm. Thanks, Ducky. No pressure though at all. I'm just happy that you're here, but I am trying to make a living doing this, I guess. Looking forward to. Thank you, Trevor. You are always awesome. Okay, so I don't know if I love this part. I'll take a pot for sure. Or coffee or lollipops, anything. Okay, I'm holding three brushes. I'm like, which one is which? I totally forgot. Okay. Okay. And thanks for sharing graphic about your recent activities. It's very exciting. I'm definitely want to look into it. I'm trying to avoid like repainting it all over again because I don't know that makes a huge difference. Oh, gosh. Good. That means my painting is working. It's making you wanting to eat it. I guess I always need a little warm up. I joked last time that I should reach out to like a bakery or some sort of confectionery company or Instagram account and see if I can do some collabs with them. It is so fun, right? I'm glad you guys think so. Okay, so I darken the leaves. Details are not there yet. Thank you. Thank you. Yay. I can't wait to show you guys my little orb beds, my little creatures and what they're doing. Oh, and voila! For those of you who just joined, I actually do have some real strawberries here. So let's see. The leaves on the strawberries are webbings, kind of. And I'm gonna eat this. Sorry, guys. All that talk. Mm. So the veins in the leaves actually look like this. Very similar to an orchid petal if you ever look closely. It's a spot. I'm sorry I can't share with you guys. As that look? I couldn't agree with you more, Daki. Sorry. We can do is set it up, do the best that we can do, and it just literally takes one person. Also, I recently learned this. I don't know if you guys ever knew this, but most artists out there, the art, the traditional artwork, consider emerging artists. And apparently 99% of artists never make it out of that phase. So even though you might see people on Instagram, having hundreds of thousands of followers and selling artwork, making a living, the traditional artwork don't consider, like they still consider those artists emerging, which kind of blew my mind. Because in my mind, for all purposes and reasons, those artists have made it. You're making a living doing what you love and sharing art, people buying it. Like that's it. What else do you need, right? But the art world doesn't think so. Okay. Okay, I think adding those little vine details made a difference. So I'm gonna go back and do that. Digitize. I mean, I feel like I'll also settle for if there's a way to like transmit smell. That'll be awesome too. Now we can transmit videos and images, sounds, but not smells yet. I guess we can have a whole new different genres of entertainment and YouTube videos just on smell. Thanks. Hi, Kent. I love that you guys all call me different names now. Like pink stuff. Hint, hint, graphic. Okay, so this is like the main girl, the main strawberry. I want to spend a lot of details on it. And I just noticed that the center of strawberry has like a bit of yellow and then the dark stem to it. Okay. So what we want to do. How have you been, Kent? It's been a few weeks since I think we chatted. Add a little bit brown in the middle. And then let's do cool green first. Pose bead. I'm wondering what people think when they hear that though. I'm sure British nanny is not what they're thinking. Carve some of this white. There you go. I've been good. Uh thanks for thanks for asking. I just dipped my brush into a totally different color, hence the pause. But I've been good. I was just telling everybody that I wasn't even supposed to be home this week, but my mini vacation got canceled. Well, my second mini vacation got canceled, so I'm home streaming, which I'm kind of happy about. But I was in Hawaii for the fam for a little bit, and that was awesome. Makes me want to move there. Like Mrs. Potts. Mrs. Potts. Oh, I'm so glad to hear that. That's awesome. I was literally thinking this morning, like, I will be, I'm trying not to have an emotional response, but it will be so sucky if you know, start streaming and then realize my computer is out of commission. It would be terrible. It's funny you say that because I literally thought about that this morning. It got cut short a little bit. Adding those details on the leaf, but I'm trying to not overdo it at the same time. Believe it or not, those bigger leaves are harder to paint. Just tiny leaf. Oh, but I'm sure you're excited about your new computer, though. That's always fun to get a new computer. Although I hate getting a new computer because then how to set up everything again, and I hate it. I hate have to find all my passwords again and log into things, and then some things are like, I have no idea what I use for a password. I'm sure. I don't know if it happens to you guys. It's fun getting the equipment, not fun setting it up. Makes it a little bit brown in the screen here. To pick up this. Oh, plus a Wacom tablet. Look at you. That's awesome. Always so fun to get new toys. That's for sure. A little bit of texture. Okay. Leave it. Oops. Ran out of the green I was using, so I'm mixing some real quick. And it's a mixture of like bright green, mustard yellow, and brown. The sad violin sound. I'm gonna go dark, pretty saturated in this area. Three. Yes. See if I can pull this out. And then this is in the background, so I'm not gonna do too much to it. Getting my brush again. I want to leave these grains behind. I'll do a light wash here. I think I mentioned I want to wash this with a little bit of this green. because some young strawberries top is actually like white or green, like a pale yellow white color on top. I'm going to that's yeah. Spread. Maybe too much. And then this little guy here, he's cool. Green was too cool. Sounds good. Good luck at Best Buy. Don't get lost. Hopefully, I'll still be here. Yeah, I got a while to go. Ken said, do you ever use a contrasting color for shading? Yes, I use contrasting color for shading. Yes. Um, yes, I'm just thinking, have I done that in this painting? So this painting, the color I use have been brown. I just said earlier that I don't find using a darker shade very successful because it doesn't have like what you think it's gonna look like, even though it's darker. So yes, I've used brown, warm brown as the darker color. So like something like here and then here. And if I use blue, then I'll definitely use it on like the cooler part of the, like here, I probably might add a little bit of blue in the red. But yes, and then when you use a contrasting color, you actually don't have to use as much as you think. It's just like a tiny dab of it will make a huge difference. That is what I find. Like if you use the same hue, you might find yourself end up using a tons of the paint trying to bring that contrast out. But if you use a contrasting color, then you can just use a tiny bit of paint and you will see the difference. Yes, good. I feel you. Hence, I feel like I probably should have done way more of it than before, but I haven't. Just I feel like just recently I started doing that. Just recently. It is very scary, yes. But once you do a few times, you kind of get a hang of how much color you need to mix. Because my fear was always if I mix the contrasting color, it goes too dark, then I'm effed. I can't really go back the other way, you know. But yes, I do. I do use contrasting color as to push the value, I guess, to push it further back. I find blue or purple is very darkening. You just need a little bit of it. Brown is good for warm shadows you want to do. And I don't use a lot of yellow in my painting, so I don't even know. Probably use like a red as a contrast, or brown if you want to tone it down. Oh, so let me see. you get color temperature with shading. Yes, I am. This painting is turning out to be an exercise in color temperature and shading. Actually, I don't know if you caught the beginning, but I'm literally using brown mix in the red to push back, and then a vermilion, which is orange color, to bring it forward. So I have my mid-tone paint, and then brown to push it back, and then orange to bring it back up. And then obviously leaving all the white areas for the direct reflective light. Where was it? Yes. So this is a technique I could also, I see if you're doing oil painting or acrylic, you might wash, the warm wash, like you wash all the, bleh. You do a value mapping with a sepia or um, mustard yellow kind of color. You want to do the underpaint in that and then paint on top. It kind of gives a uh, better lighting, I guess. I've done that in my last couple paintings, actually. But yes, with watercolor, you could also just do it along the way by warm, mixing these colors we just mentioned. Yeah. If you do it all at once, then it's probably faster than what I'm doing right now. And I'm ending up painting it this way because it is my first time painting a strawberry, and I didn't realize how many different shades of color it actually needs. But I think the next time I paint strawberries again. Thank you, Doggy. So nice to have you today. I hope you can go eat some strawberries now. I will catch you next time. Stay frosty, yes. But yes, I was saying if I do this all over again, I think I would, will wash with a light brown color on the whole thing and then go on top in red. And then I just need to bring out the highlight instead of pushing the darker part back. I could have done that in the very beginning. Yes, learning. Learning as we go. Pink lady's so cool. I want to be the pink lady. Are you guys tired of watching leaves yet? Because I am. Okay, I'm gonna do this as fast as I can so we can move on to the gouache part, which is the fun part. Well, fun part to me because I've been thinking about how to paint that, so it's been on my mind, and I need to just get it out of my brain so I can release it. Okay, what did we do here? Okay, so let's see. I'm covering some of the white highlights I left out um, with masking tape last session. Because I don't think it needs it. Oh shoot. Oh. Mm. Oh. The experience bit with putting gold leaves in ink wash. Oh yes. I think gold color looks great on grayscale, yes. Have you ever heard of this word, kinzuki? Uh, I might be pronouncing it wrong, but it's a technique that the Japanese use to fix broken pottery. So they use this gold inlay to kind of connect all the broken pieces, so end up looking like a a you fix it, but it leaves the vein of the brokenness, and it's actually highlighted with gold color. And it's so cool because all the potteries are usually, in a grayscale, something neutral, but then the gold just makes it look so luxe and like a treasure. And I think it's such a cool concept because you take something broken and work on it, and it becomes something totally new and way better, almost. Yes, it brings out the flaw. It's, instead of hiding it, it's been highlighted, and it's that's life, right? You break things, well, not even just physically. Yes, physically, but just metaphorically too. We break broken hearts, and then it makes you stronger in the end. And I love that concept. But yeah, see what you just said. Yes, I understand what you meant, Ken. But what you said about gold leaves on ink totally just reminded me of that. Very nice, yeah. Sometimes I feel like I'm a little resistant to gold to inlay because I don't think I think it should be used purposefully. It should be used with intent instead of just slapping some gold on a painting. Because it always brings in some more details, right? But I don't think it's always good. But I like that you're using it with intent instead of just to make it look one way or another. Do this edges here because we're gonna get into these messier parts of my painting. textured, strawberry. And then these two in the back, I'm not gonna do too much because I don't want those leaves to stand out too much because they are in the back. Not give too much fold. Yes. So you got it. Awesome. Maybe here. Don't you love it when you hear people on live go, ooh? Okay. And some of the cool green here. Really relax about here. All right. Sounds like, did I make any difference in all the 2 hours I just did, or 3 hours I just did? I think so. Now it looks way more juicier, shall we say. All right, I'm going to start on my little figurines now. So exciting. And this is when I'm gonna switch to my gouache paint. So I'm gonna take you over to my mixing area. So this is what I've been using, my watercolors. Put that away. I'm gonna move on to my gouache area. I have a wet palette here, and these are my, standard dry palette here. I'm finding myself mixing those two. I am making a video about the pros and cons of wet and dry palette. So um, if you haven't turned your notification on, maybe this is a good time for my channel because I think I'll be uploading that video soon. Okay. So many palettes, I know. I have so many colors I'm using, but it's not even so many colors because I don't think I use a whole lot of color, but I am constantly mixing colors to get all the in-between color. I don't think there's a single paint on my palette that came straight out of the tube. Also, I just love buying them, and I have all these palettes, so I figure I should just use it. But having so many palettes, the good thing is I don't have to constantly like wash them and and for every new painting, because I do also just reuse a whole lot of color. So this way I feel like my watercolor does go a little bit further, but that might just be in my head. I do feel like because I don't have to wash it all the time, I'm probably using uh, using more of it instead of washing it away, if that makes sense. Totally got sidetracked of this part. I just did this part, sorry. Okay. So while the watercolor part dries, I'm going to mix my paint that I'm going to use for gouache. So bear with me here. This is a smaller guy, so I'm probably gonna use a smaller brush than I usually use. Ah! Shit. With gouache, I'm still, getting better at it, obviously, but I like to have a blender brush ready. Because with gouache, I am painting with paint, not water. And there's like a blending that needs to happen very quickly on paper, otherwise it's a disaster. So there we go. This painting here. Okay, cool. Okay, are we ready? Take a deep breath. Okay, I'm gonna start with the easier part so I can warm up. There we go. So the mixture I have right now feels slightly too watery still, which is crazy. Because I barely add any water. Say that'd be the negative part about having a wet palette. And see, it literally dries in front of your eyes. And then when it dries, the color is darker, which is the opposite from watercolor. The good thing about gouache is I can always go back and make some more, I guess. The blue looks like. Thank you. This is it's a gouache palette. It's brushed up blue and a little bit of magenta to get this color. Picked blue because I thought maybe these little creatures can pretend to be blueberries. As we go through this process. So this is my blender brush, which is a dry brush with a little bit moisture so it can glide like this. So if I don't get the blend I want with just the paint, this is kind of what I do. Well, let's zoom in so you guys can see better. My hands are like shaking. Do these edges. Just a little bit of white. Okay, this is darker. See, when I put colors like this, I'm like, oh my god, it looks so crappy. And then as you blend it, it really does. It does what it's supposed to do. Like words coming out of my mouth. See, this blending part only works when both colors are slightly damp. So when it's not, I'm forced to add a little bit of water and it's never the same. So I'm gonna do this. This is a darker blue color. From the light. So color here. You got like 30 seconds of blending time basically here. Okay. Leg here. Just kind of like try to step on this strawberry. I don't have a very steady hand today. Also, a lot of times I think it looks terrible, but then I've learned to let it dry first to make your judgment because I feel like 9 times out of 10, when it dries perfectly fine. So I'll spend like hours, it seems, on trying to make an area blend, and then it looks terrible, but then I just walk away, say I give up, and then come back and like, oh, it was fine. That's happened to me many times with gouache. So I learned to trust the medium. Add a little bit of white to this blue. Okay. Oh, not white enough. And I'm trying. So when you're painting with gouache, you really don't want to keep on adding water, which is something I'm so used to doing with watercolor that a lot of times I have a little bit of trouble switching. But obviously, it's the more I do it, the better I've gotten. Like right here, just leave that. It's more awesome after it dries. Okay, let's make her belly part a little whiter. Love this part. So the good thing with gouache is when you add more water on top, it does reactivate the paint. You could also, so you can always try to blend afterwards. In my experience, it's a little bit harder than if you just did it initially. So no too soft, no dry brushing on this one. So satisfying opaque, yes, that is the fun part. It's you want it like a creamy consistency when you are painting with gouache. That's when things are the easiest. So there's probably a reason that you want that consistency. Leave that be. See what I had to fix when I come back. I'm gonna go do that. Ooh. This is so fun, this part. I think I should switch person. Yeah, this part is pretty satisfying for me too. How creamy it glides on. Um, Make this part darker. It's the fast shadow under the flowers or under the head. So, sort. Still shaky today. Don't really notice when I'm doing watercolor. So I've decided that all my little guys are gonna be in the same color, which makes mixing colors slightly easier. So like coming from. My brush. She is holding a little spoon on top of her stem. What do we do here? Are you dry? Do I need to redo you? Maybe. On to this girl here. So I think I need to use a smaller brush because that's when you paint with gouache, you're also dancing with water too, but in a very different way. So. If I paint wash paint on top of watercolor, it just covers it. I'm leaving this to paint. And yes. Okay. This is a part that messes me up because I don't like mix enough paint first go around. And then I'm trying to match the paint. So she has one little arm. So her hand is grabbing onto a strawberry leaf. The bottom part, one, two. The arm here. Just gotta color it in for now. It's so small. It's actually pretty thin right now. This hand is it's on this strawberry. She try to make her way through the strawberry pile, see if there's anything she can eat. This part. So this part I just went over. It might seem like I made it dark. Oh, maybe you can't even. Maybe it's not so bad on screen. But I was just gonna say, it might seem like it's darker. I made it darker, but it's just only because my brush was wet. But when it dries, it's back to the same color. Ooh. Thank you. I hope I'm not messing it up. Sometimes it feels like middle of the painting. Well, actually, rarely happens, but sometimes I do feel like as I'm finishing, I'm just like praying, please don't mess up towards the end. make a video of gouache of what not to do because I'm doing a lot of that. Mm, maybe a bit here. Darken the edges here. Mm. No better we're learning than actually doing it. Let's learn something that I want. I just discovered that I want the larger part of the wet area for blending. I say I want the wet part to be the larger area. I think that's a better blending result instead of having maybe. Hi, Kuro. Sorry, I was so focused on not messing up. Hello, I didn't see you coming. Hello. Jeet. Good evening. Yeah. How's life been? Haven't seen in a couple weeks, I believe. I guess today counts as a surprise stream because I wasn't planning on it. How have you been? Are you done with school? You on summer break yet? Thank you. Um, please also tell me when it's not so great though, so that I won't waste my time. Okay, I probably should have done this in a round brush. I'm just gonna do this for now. This is a little trumpet. She's holding a little trumpet at the end because, you know, she's a lookout girl and she wants to warn the other friends if anything scary is coming. You have summer break for 3 weeks. Oh, wow. So are you at the end of your summer break or the beginning? I hope it's the beginning. I have to go back and blend some of this area, but this part turned out pretty good. And then got a little guy here. This thing I just learned. Go in with a darker color first. This little guy is like hugging a strawberry. He's like, I want to eat you. This is not dark. I'm gonna add a little bit of white to just the tip of my brush so I can do this. Okay. That was actually a little bit easier. Okay. I've been streaming for 3.5 hours now. Yes, I am kind of getting exhausted, but my goal today was to finish this painting, and I'm so close, so I am hanging on, and I'm going to do it because I'm really just so close. I might have to do like my official finish tomorrow. I want to come back with a fresh pair of eyes to see if I have anything else that I need to fix or add, etc. But the goal is to finish this painting today. Yes. I am a little I'm not exhausted because I'm painting. And I haven't painted like almost over 10 days actually. So I'm happy to be doing this. And sometimes I fantasize about just do this every single day. But obviously life doesn't work out that way. Because as an artist, I still have to do all the marketing, all the writing, all the research. I guess if this was a hobby, then maybe. But then you'll have a job or something else you have to do. Whoa, what did I just do? Okay, I think a little bit more darker here. You're not distracting me because, I'm live and I want to be distracted. Otherwise, I'll just be not live if I don't want to be distracted. Oh, okay, it's running out. Is this the color I want? Still turning back. Can you imagine the artist? I always talk about the artists who stream for like 12 hours at a time. Like, how are you not exhausted? So there you go. It's relative, I suppose. Okay, the top part's gonna be tricky because it's a circle and I have shaking hands right now. Okay. Oh, hi back. Everyone got super excited. It's your new computer. You open it yet? You can admire the box for a little bit. I do that sometimes. Usually when I get new things, I like to open it the next day. Because I want to, I don't know, admire the packaging for a day or two. And just know the fact that I have something brand new to open. But did you get your computer and your Wacom tablet? And which Wacom tablet did you get? And what are you gonna do with it? So many questions. Okay, so because it's like I'm trying to make a circle and I'm trying to avoid all these things, I'm just gonna paint this in flat first and then go back with this and then rendering. I guess it's not rendering. Okay. I thought it was a little tricky because it wasn't exactly a circular shape. It's kind of like oh. A and color B and blend the middle. Yeah, it took 100 to update, so okay. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but since I start using like AI on my computer, definitely made it dumber. Just slower. Sometimes like it was stuck on something that's so weird, so random. I'm gonna leave that as a first. Do you ever guys ever get to a point you're so excited about the pencil sketch and they start painting and you're like, ooh, why did I do that? This is so hard. Okay. So paint over the body. Oh wait, no, not yet. Let's do the top one. You see how shaky my head is? Stuff. So the conclusion arrives is that the more time you spend on blending, the better it looks. Just it's proportionally time and how good it looks. The parts that you don't go crazy on because it's a diminishing return, like right now. Just go like that. Cute, cute, cute. Gonna go again. No worries. No worries. I think it might be a little disappointed. Oh, didn't like how this part in my own area. Didn't like how this part dried. So I'm gonna paint over it. And then paint over it again with this darker color. Blend quickly. Better. And then realize it's like the armpit, so that should be darker. This is when I watch out to not like spend so much time to correct something that doesn't even matter yet. I'm not saying I'm there yet. I just feel it starting to happen. Thank you, Kuro. Catch you next time. Okay, now I'm gonna do the flower petals. Oh, wait, I need to do the eyeball first. Yeah, because it's blue. Yes. I just use this. Okay. I hope you do good. Do you like this color? No, we do not like this color. was gonna do them in a darker blue, but I feel like it's not enough contrast. I think purples. Okay, we're doing it. When I'm painting like this, which is how I usually paint, instead of some artists that they go layer on top of a layer, because I'm kind of painting like blocking out the figure and then paint individually and not all together, right? So a lot of times you get these in between white gaps. Just have to be careful about painting to the edge because these white gaps makes painting look unfinished and they're not very nice visually unless it's on purpose. I do that sometimes with if I want to leave like a half light, reflective light. Okay, paint this whole thing actually. Well, she didn't want to stay. I turned around, walked away. I had to think, wait, do I have pants on? Luckily, I do. Yeah, I'm gonna lighten. Oof, no. Lighten the middle parts. I think you guys can tell that the first coat of my color was not very thick. It's a watery. Bleh. It was more of a watery layer, so now I can go back and blend with the thicker paint. Mama, Linux, you're back. I'm still here. Now I'm painting in gouache now. I've switched. I think when you left, I was still using watercolor. Now I'm fully painting in gouache and I am working on my little orb creatures, my eyeball creatures. They are the source of the irrational temptation, I guess. Because they are trying to eat the strawberries, but they have no mouths. So this one's kind of clean. I'll try to step forward onto this strawberry in the foreground. Okay. Time for the orbits, that's right. I've been thinking about this part a lot. I'm just getting warmed up with gouache, I feel like. Okay, so this is the eyeball, number one. I think I'm going to use this color as my contrast actually. If Ken was still here, I sometimes will do this just to bring some of the color into the shadows. And this is something I learned while studying oil painting. Because you kind of want to have the color, whatever color it is, all throughout the painting for different purposes. So your eyes don't get stuck on one point. Also tries kind of move around the page. Eyeball number two. Oh. And this one, this little third one's gonna be interesting to paint. Because I've never painted my orbits in this perspective, in this angle from top down. So that's gonna be interesting. And my hand is very shaky today. Kind of thickening my paint as I'm rendering it. And I think that has the best results. I say rendering really is just blending. That one was much. Is it a coolish circle? Okay, so this one I was super nervous about because I'm like, do I even? Okay, I think I'm just gonna do. Oh, just did this little slip part that was making me real. I'm gonna paint this part, and I guess I'm gonna paint all the details now. And then I think I'm almost done. Time for a bit. What were you nervous about? Oh, this part I was, I know, I just realized I didn't really show that on screen at all, but this perspective of this head, I would never paint it before because it's kind of like top down. And then I realized, like, when I realized that, it's like, oh wait, this eyeball is gonna be really tricky to paint. So I'm gonna go back in with a little bit of whitewash to kind of block out the white part of it, but just tiny bit. That's what I was nervous about. Also, my hand is kind of shaky today. Doesn't really matter for watercolor, but I find because with gouache paint, I have to be a little bit more precise. I was like zigzag lining the hallway, and because it's such a small area, I was nervous about that as well. You're doing a good job. Thank you, Trevor. That's good to hear. So, I think the top part I'm gonna make more like the strawberry color, and then the color is gonna be like the leaf. Again, I'm also doing it. And also I don't know, for those who just joined, I picked this little creatures to be blue because that was like, I thought that maybe they're pretending to be blueberries to infiltrate the strawberry pile. Otherwise it'll be too obvious. I make up stories. Oh. And she's a small one, so she has a little heart at the top. Oh, sorry. With a little heart at the top because, she's young, she's a child, she has not been jaded by things. Everything's, which is really what I'm striving to do as I get older, is to keep that a twinkle in your eye, so to speak, and not be jaded by life. Oh, that turned out well. Cool. This is also a technique I learned while I was doing it one day. Just to use like the edges in the motion of my brush I did just now. While still wet to give the height, like the bulbous feeling. So here it's a little bit highlights. And then I'm gonna go back to add some more darker red in the center. I use gouache for this little guys because I really want them to, how do I say this? I want them to stand out, but at the same time blending in. 'Cause I'm using very well, maybe not this one, but usually I use tonal colors. Well, I guess it is because the leaves and her head are still in the same color as the rest of the painting. With the more tonal ones, what was I saying with this? Oh yeah, I want them to stand out and also blending in. So color-wise, I make them blend in, but the difference in material and the matte finish versus like the watercolor finish makes them pop without being too obvious. I hope I didn't butcher that explanation. I need a new brush. Let's use this one. And I mix a little bit of purple in the pink. Need to do that. To differentiate them. Such a better explanation, Mama. I was like babbling and then just said, oh yeah, to differentiate. Yes. Yes, that is exactly it. Second one, same color. angle. Okay. As well. And I think the reason being, my base layer is too dry. It's a little bit of This is gouache, Mama. Gouache paint, which is a water-based matte finish paint. If it you use it, the way you paint is more similar to acrylic. I feel like it's like in between acrylic and watercolor, if you will. It is water-based, so you can use like water and all the same kind of mediums for it as watercolor, but it dries matte, kind of like acrylic. I think acrylic dries matte, and you kind of have to treat it like acrylic, like layering instead of what we do with watercolor, or you paint over it versus layering like normal watercolor. So with acrylic, you can only paint on canvas, I believe, but with this gouache paint, I have seen people paint on paper and on canvas. I think they both look fine, and you can also build up the thickness of paint well, you are able to, whereas watercolor you can't really build up the body at all. But yeah, I like it because it's easier to handle than acrylic, and I can, blend it with my watercolor. This is kind of still got a little bit like cherry blossom. It is matte, yes, which I think, before Photoshop days, animation was done with a type. Somebody told me this. Some um, old animation would like Miyazaki films, from the old 80s and whatnot. They use this type of paint to concept scenes because I think it photographs really well. It doesn't have like a glare or anything, so that I think they can photograph it and then, anime on top or something like that. But this is someone else told me, and I'm not verified, so may or may not be true. But it sounds totally makes sense though to me. So yeah, this paint gives my area uses a matte finish versus, I guess watercolor matte, it has a matte finish too, but I feel like the paper underneath shines through, if that makes sense at all. Whereas with gouache paint, it's so opaque that it covers the paper texture mostly and all that stuff. So I like to use it as my foreground paint. And it blends. Well, when you do it right, it blends like acrylic paint. But I think I've shared this, but I struggle with keeping the paint consistent, creamy, because that's like the most tricky part, is the consistency of paint as you mix. Too much water is patchy. Too little water is probably okay, but then you gotta use so much paint, I feel like I'm losing my white here. I'm trying to master watch now. So I think we're talking about changing mediums, moving through different mediums. So that's currently my pursuit, my journey, my challenge is to master. Hopefully it won't take me 10 years though. Now that I have some foundational knowledge, let's say. But when I paint these things, it always kind of reminds me of Pokemon. But I think we talked about this before. darken the center with a little bit of purple added and blend out. And the blending brush cannot be too wet, otherwise you kind of, it doesn't ruin anything per se, but it just makes your painting experience really difficult because you wet the color and then when it's wet it's a different shade, so you can't really tell what color you're even trying to get to. I joke with my friends that watercolors that you gotta do it well, because you can always wait for it to dry and then do something on top. With gouache, you gotta do it fast. So it usually dries better than you think, or what I think. Dries better than I think. Going with it? I know. I actually saw a Pokemon the other day. My daughter's watching. I was like, that kind of reminds. It's the Pokemon called Flow something. I forgot. But it looked very similar. Actually, I'm going to add a little bit of red to the tip. I think that might be cute. Some parts of it. Oh, I don't like it. Stay tuned. You can see how I fix this effed up area. They can be a fairy type. Oh, you know a lot about Pokemons, Mama. Well, I'm sure you have kids, so you must do. There are so many Pokemons, seriously. Not try to date myself, but when I was growing up, there was just, that 100 or 500. Now there's, I don't know. This theme. Dim stand. Oh, and I'm gonna do her neck collar flower. Do you guys ever feel like when you're towards the end of the painting, everything just, you always find new areas like, oh, I need to do that still. Oh, I need to do that still. So you'll just try to, speed through and finish it, but it seems like universe is like, nope, you can't speed through the end. Okay. 151. Wow, that's good memory. You're very specific about it. And yes, with gouache paint, it's awesome because you can cover up the mistakes. Whereas watercolor, you kind of just have to live with the mistake. Or like me, I'll just draw a flower on top. Then no, it's no more mistake. It's just a flower. So that's all the lie. But yes, this is the awesome part about this. So I think I'm gonna do the neck color in a green color in accordance with strawberry leaf. Yes, oops, I missed that part spot. Yes, exactly. I was like, oh, I still need to do that. Oh, yeah. Oops. Okay, let me make some green paint. Bear with me. Should we do the same, like a warm green and a cool green? Maybe I'll do warm green. There we go. So these are my eyeball flower creatures. And if you saw some of my old paintings, you kind of could see how they evolved to today's shape and form. But through the evolution, they also kind of taken on kind of life of their own. Now, I think that's my thing. I can't ever paint one without them because they're so much fun. Must stir it down. I felt like it was too bright of a green. How do you make the paint? Yes, please. How do you mix the paint? Yes. Mixing paint is you're using water. Yes, exactly. But I know that they also have mediums, just like acrylic paint, to either build up texture, slow down the drying time, etc., etc. I am going to post a video about using gouache in the wet and dry palette, and then pros and cons. But yeah, that's all there is. Just water and some paint. And gouache itself also comes with many different types. So jelly gouache. This is like a regular standard artist gouache. There is gouache that comes in like a tin, just like some dry watercolor bricks. So gouache also comes in that. So it really is a very versatile medium. I don't know why you don't see more of them in like galleries and stuff. But it's when you're mixing gouache with water, you had to use little bit of water. It's not like watercolor. You can, dab, drop few drops in, and then you can make it thicker or less along the way. Gouache, you really just want to mix as little water as possible. The key is to get that creamy consistency, which you can kind of see. What I have right now is a little too watery because you can see the patchiness of it. Not ideal. But this is what you want to see, I guess. As I mentioned earlier, I hate these white, the in-between shape. So I try to cover that as much as I can. Try not to miss a spot. Oh, really, Mama? That's surprising, but actually not, because, myself included, I've tried all the other paint, and I'm just recently dabbling into this. So no, it's definitely not something that you get into right away. I'm trying to think, when I went to art school, they went over watercolor, acrylic, and oil, but never went over wash paint, which is also why I learned about it later in life. I even did printmaking, sculpture, and everything, but no gouache. Oh, I like the leaves. They're nice. But I'm kind of glad that you learned something new today from me. How awesome is that? So that guy tried to climb on, stepping onto the strawberry. Oh, actually, you know what? Let me finish this one so you guys can at least get a feel what it's gonna look like. Some darker blue here, just around the neck area. And I can blend with this brush. A lot of times I'm too scared to do that, so I just use a clean brush to blend, like this one. And your blender brush needs to be slightly moist, but not too wet. Otherwise, you'll ruin it. So I did this part a little bit too watery. I'll lift the bottom part. If that happens, then no big deal. Just let it dry and then do it again. So it's forgiving like acrylic, I guess. You can, keep on working on it and keep on layering it. Iris, just the darkest part of the eyeball. I'm trying to do a perfect circle with shaky hands. Maybe it don't need to be perfect. Okay, here you go. Okay. Slow for now. I have that little thing on top I need to finish, but I need to do this right now. And the third one, don't get that because you can't really see it. Warning about this paint, it dries in seconds. So all the blending you see I'm doing, I'm like, hurry before it dries. So I would say that's probably I think that's the most challenging part. Despite all the other things, you can work through, but that's the most challenging part. Okay. Oh, hi, Omar. Welcome. So nice of you to say that. I know you're just trying to make me feel better, but I think I'll take it. So we remind ourselves, art's subjective. Every artist will always think their art needs to be improved. So, so you can see this part, the yellow is not as, or the grassy green is not as opaque or painterly as the other green part. That's because I probably mixed it when the paint dried, I made it wet again. I probably mixed it a little bit too much water. But I am definitely getting better at it though. Also, usually I use I switch from brush to brush with watercolor, but not like what I'm doing now, where I'm switching every other stroke almost. So that's also a difference, I guess. With watercolor, I can kind of use the same brush if I want to for everything, besides the size. But with this, I think I need like 3 brushes minimal to do the blending. As there's no time in between to wash your brush and then get another color. You can have both colors ready. Oh, thank you. Thank you for saying that, Mama, as well. Oh yeah, this I think a gouache dries faster than acrylic just by like what I think oh hi cat. I think acrylic probably dries like within few minutes, you're like 5 minutes of time. And if you add those mediums that slow it down, they might have a little bit more. But this is like 30 seconds, I feel like. Which is forcing me to become more sure of my strokes before I put it down. Because I just got to do it. I think indirectly it's making me a better artist for watercolor, actually. But it's pretty awesome feeling when I feel like I had a breakthrough or something with a new medium. Quite awesome feeling. Do I like that yellow? I want to try jelly gouache later. I have them, I just haven't even opened them. When I got into gouache, I got super excited and bought all these materials. I can't say we tried them all. I'm almost done, guys. Almost done. Thank you so much for being patient. And also, another thing I use gouache for is my white ghost always finishes the fastest because sometimes, hush hush, but I use gouache, the white gouache, to cover up mistakes of my watercolor because it is so opaque that you can use a white and go on top and actually will cover it pretty good. What are we doing right now? So I've got a little bit of blue because I want to mix some of that in here. Someone asked me, are there any happy mistakes on in my art process? And I said I've gotten really good at covering up my mistakes. So then, they're not really mistakes anymore in the end. In fact, because those things I probably learned a lot more techniques. No mistakes, just more to finish. Oh my god, okay, I'm really bad. Bottom part, I'm gonna give it a little bit of strong cast. No, is that strong enough? Maybe not. Oh yeah, totally like a whiteout. That's right. So gouache is your whiteout for watercolor. Try it. It works great. Like that color. I'm shaking. Last but not the least, there's a few more things how to do, but I feel like I'm gonna probably call it a day after these little guys. Yeah. Trevor, I think I might have another record today. This is almost going on 5 hours. Oh my gosh. Okay. I need to finish. Okay. So yeah, I'm gonna finish this part and then show you guys how I'm gonna finish the eyelashes, which I think is the most important part of these orbits almost. And then I think I'm gonna finish like all these tiny annoying things, like I mentioned that you forgot or need to fix off the screen, so you guys know how to sit through that. And see, just like I left it for 2 seconds, it's completely dry. No, because. By the way, guys, before I start streaming, I think the longest session I painted was like an hour and a half. But since I started streaming, it has exercised my painting stamina for sure. You guys keep me honest. And there, I made it up for last week by doing double time today. So I think even though gouache is harder to handle, in my opinion, but I think it is the more forgiving of a medium watercolor. Take your poison. Just needs to be one little extra here. Painting freehand. I think it needs a little extra one here. There you go. These tiny areas, it's mostly. All my animals are coming to check on me because usually I'll be done by now, I think. They're so good about time. Okay, so this last part I want to show you before I jump off. I'm gonna get on this girl. So even though we have eyeball shape now, she's actually not 100% done. Let me take it to the finish line. So because it's white, I usually do draw blue here to whatever the body color is, kind of to connect it. And then I like to scrub in a little bit of color on the side because our eyeballs are not really white, is it? They're usually pink or depending on what you had. what you ate, maybe, I don't know. They actually have a little, it's actually pink, not white. I like to scrub a little bit color in the corner, and it just looks so much better. Again, I feel like I'll even draw a little bit of like vein to make it look really creepy, which I'm feeling today, yes. Yeah. Notice that this area is not quite as round as I want to be, so watch. Even though my background is brown watercolor, I can just go right on top and cover that. I'll probably go. And then speaking of the white elephant, let's try it. So a tiny bit of white on my brush. And her head, yay. You see. When they're not in a perfect circle, almost perfect circle, it bothers me. So that's why I'm spending this time right now, but not necessary. And then lastly, that's when I do my eyelashes to finish it off. And then we'll say goodbye. Okay, so this is the lash line. I like to kind of add a little bit of wiggle. Wait, close enough yet? I like to add like a wiggle to the darker part, just kind of like eyeliner, you know? Make this middle part white because that's where the light hits the most. Draw my lashes. I've practiced drawing these lashes many times because they are way harder than than it seems, and way harder than I thought, actually. That's adding because it could look weird and fake really quickly. I'm just praying that it won't come out that way. Oh. So I didn't have enough water, so it's too dry, and I can't like drag the brush. Such a dark color, there's no going back. The secret to eyelashes is to not look the same, even though I feel like we tend naturally want to draw eyelashes that way. I find that the messier they are, the better they look. Or the uneven they are, the more natural they look. the little tiny ones here. Maybe one here. This one more. Okay. I think we did it. All right, friends. Thank you. You guys have been so patient and amazing and hanging out with me. And this is where we are today. I was hoping to finish 100%, but we're like 95% there, so I'm pretty happy about that. But yeah, let's do a progress check. So this is the strawberries. I think I'm gonna go back and add some textures to these chocolates, like my usual dots. This turned out pretty nice. I like that one. That's the one we had to like emergency do it again. Oh, I really like this highlight part. So I might take some white gouache and do it in a few more places. She is done except for a little bow here, and then she needs to get that eyelash treatment. Yeah, I might, I'll come back tomorrow and finish it and then see if I want to do any more. And then you see all these white in between areas that I said I hate. So I'll probably go back and, go over them and cover them and meticulously disappear them. But here we have it. This is my Irrational Temptation series. This one is strawberries. I have my last one here for those of you who haven't seen it. Is that we draw here? This is the last one I finished, which is what inspired me to do all these food-related things, is the macaroon series. But yeah, this palette is definitely a whole lot lighter than the one I'm doing right now. But, okay. Okay. Okay, guys. Thank you so much for spending, the past few hours with me on a Wednesday. I hope you learned something and I hope you enjoyed my painting and my process and my blabbering today. I had a lot of fun and I think today might be my longest live stream I've ever done. And I can see that will only probably get longer as we go, as my painting get bigger. So I'll probably plan more time for that. But like I said, I didn't stream last week, so I feel like I made up for it, even though I was still painting like such a tiny section of it. So this is showing how much artwork takes to do in real life without AI. So have awesome week, rest of the week, have awesome rest of the day. If you haven't done so already, don't forget to hit that like and subscribe, follow button, and maybe share my art, my live stream with somebody that you think will appreciate it. And with that being said, I will see you guys next week. Yes, next week, same time. All right, and definitely a new painting. I'm excited to start exploring my next series with you guys. So. And then, of course, as I'm getting tired of that, I'll probably go back to do my food series again because it's so fun, right? All right, guys. Thank you.